Alrighty. Let's get this party started. What is up? Oh my gosh, Sindred, what the heck? You're so weird. What is up, Blizzard? I hope school's good today. Drop out? Yeah, I mean, depends how far you are through school. If you're like senior year, might as well just stick it through. If you're like junior or a freshman, yeah, just drop out. It's not worth it. I'm kidding. Don't drop out. School is worth it. Sometimes. Most of the time. All right. Today's job. I won't be streaming all of it, but I might do a stream later in the day. I'm debating doing some like afternoon streams just to see which ones have like better turnout. I would imagine. Okay, bye Blizzard. Thanks for coming and saying hi. Hope you have a good day at school. But I'm thinking about doing an afternoon stream and just see which one has better turnout. I would imagine the afternoon stream, at least for American time, I would imagine afternoon would have better turnout. But But yeah, that's what we're working on. So we're gonna start the thruster pass. I don't doubt you morning people. I figure more people would be home from work and everything. So, but anyways, being the fact that we were working on abilities, yeah, you know, that's why I said us Americans. Because us Americans are, it's currently 9:06 a.m. for me, so I just woke up 2 hours ago. I'm ready to get some work done. If Unreal decides it wants to load properly, that would be very nice indeed. Yep, today is definitely going to be a day of all time to lock in. Apparently Unreal's not locked in. There we go. Goodness gracious. It's the first time. It's only the first time.
Taking the lead.
I have not, unfortunately. But assuming I remember, I shall later today. You have my, well, again, assuming I remember, you have my word. I will later today. But no, I did see your announcement in your server. I haven't gotten around to it yet. All right, first thing that we are going to make to the thruster is the Z velocity. If this is less than or equal to 0 for the thruster, whenever you're thrusting, I want to actually just straight up set your velocity to 0. Now, if you're falling and you thrust forward, you'll just go completely horizontal forward. This will result in, I guess I could just do this the other way. If this is greater than 0, then use the velocity. If not, then we want to set the velocity 0. Hey, what up, Hoistenize? Hoistenize. I don't know why. I always have trouble saying your name. Both mentally and actually. I can't tell if this is working, so we're gonna go jump off. Worcestershire sauce. I've only recently got. I used to just always say Worcestershire. Like I could never say it. Worcestershire sauce. Yep. I still even messed up. All right. Well, in my mind, this code should be working, but I wonder if gravity is still ticking, and that's why. Oh, Because we're not doing it in the ability tick. I just kind of assumed I was already in the ability tick. Whoops. Worcestershire? Oh. It's actually Worcestershire sauce. Okay, so it still works going upwards. Alright, you know what? You know what, Sindred, you win. Components, player, Onyx movement. Input, not tempo. Acceleration grounded 2500. There you go, that feels good. Only because I want to be able to run up these stairs. Anyway, so yeah, if I'm falling now and I thrust... I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm wondering if... Instead of just setting your velocity to 0, I wonder if I should do it as like a... As like a percentage based thing where like it gets your velocity and based on your downwards velocity it kind of like slows you down. Because like this just feels weird. Yeah, no, that feels weird to just stop all downwards velocity. Yeah, whatever. Question is, how do you do this frame independent? Am I gonna have to do like get delta time? I mean, I'm obviously, in order to do it frame independent, I'm gonna have to do get delta time, but... Oh look, there's delta time right there. Now, how do I want to use this? How long does the thrust even last? 0.5 seconds? Okay, so... Trying to figure out how exactly I want to do this, because there's got to be a way that's frame independent, because otherwise the client will start getting corrections. Yes, Blizz was here. I guess what I could do is create a new curve. Miscellaneous curve float. Thruster Z velocity. And then this will be a curve over time. So we want this to be 0.5 since that's how long the thrust currently lasts. And I guess we can do like -5. I'm so confused. I guess I could just do it as force. I could just take the Z velocity and like add. I know I could just call the add force function, but I don't want to do that. So if I take the delta time and instead do like multiply it by, I don't know, 5, then multiply delta time by 5, and we're adding 5 force upwards every second. Means half a second we should get. We'll have to play around with this number, but then we can just do a min of 0 and that'll give us. I'll clamp it essentially at 0. I think this will work. I am going to move the spawn point up to the top of these. Okay, so if we just make this really extreme, like let's say 20, we're basically adding 20. Oh, it's gonna have to be 200 or 20,000 actually. Unreal uses centimeters. I guess the thruster doesn't work properly. GMZ needs to fix the slow motion issues. We are going to get a second player in here. That way we can see what this looks like from third person. So if he runs and he's falling, he's falling, he's falling. Yeah, that feels good. Just to test what happens if we just crank this up to like Ooh, that was in. Yeah, okay, so it is working. So now let's say I want to get to that cube. This is going to take some, or I suppose I could have just respawned. Yeah, we'll have to see how that feels, but I'm good with that. Okay, that's one thing checked off the thruster pass. The second thing I want to do, we are going to move the spawn point yet again. Is the thruster, when you thrust like this forward, you know, you would expect yourself to go forward, but instead you kind of go down the ramp, because the way movement components work is they ground you, so they like stick you to the ground. So if I like jump and then thrust, you know, I go flying outwards like you would expect. And obviously thrusting up a ramp like this, yeah, I should go upwards on the ramp. That makes sense. But thrusting outwards like this, I would expect myself to go out, not to go down. So I think, I don't quite remember how GMC handles it, but I need to figure out how to, I don't know if I just need to like set the movement mode. Yeah, basically it should temporarily unground you. In theory, what I could do is upon activating it, I wonder if I can just, upon activating it, do receive. Oh, that's why. I'm not actually. Where am I setting this? Let me go and add an interface function to my. Do I have a GMC inter? I do. Okay. Set. Actually, I'm not going to create this yet. I'm going to leave it open. But for now, we're just going to cast. And then we'll do set received upwards force to true. What this temporarily should do, or it should, like you just said, temporarily unground you just for that first frame. So yeah, it does send me outwards. All right, that works. and it still sends me up the ramp. Now the question is, how does it work from like an angle here? I mean, yeah, I think it feels good. I think I might have to legitimately do like adding force to the player, because I feel like having them just thrust straight outwards doesn't feel good. Like if I just kill myself and respawn. Just going straight outwards, that just feels stiff. I feel like you still want some gravity, but you want gravity to just be lower. Leaning Tower of Pizza. The only issue is I know how to do proportional code. I can do it proportionally. I just don't know if proportionally works with delta. I don't know how to do that with delta. I've never done something like that with delta time. Okay, well that's an installation of one soundtrack. For some reason, it did not loop my playlist despite telling it to. There we go. Let me look this up real fast. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty smart. No, I was searching something. Actually, you know. We are going to print out this value. And I want to leave it on the screen for like 60 seconds just so I can look at each of the individual values. Oh, hold up. Let me disable actually the custom code and let me just plug it in, because otherwise, yeah, kind of defeats the purpose. Okay, so it starts at 0, 0, negative 15, negative 33, and then yeah, we accelerate up to respawn. I am going to fall, try and hit max speed. Okay, okay. So let's say negative 2 or 0 to negative 2000. Let's do a map range of 0 to negative 2000. And actually, for now, we're gonna say negative 500. I think I don't want the like, I guess air friction is what you would call it. I don't really want that to kick in super early. So let's say like I want you to be able to gain some downwards velocity before it starts to kick in. So if we do it proportional, then let's say like 40,000. Let's see how this feels. I think doing it that way will be frame independent. Let us print this out. Append. And then let's print out the new value. And let's plug that in. And let's see. Okay, so that's definitely too strong. That is also still too strong. Let's try like 50. Okay, still too strong. Go down to 20. Let's just make it 100% proportional. That still completely negates our velocity. Let's go with 5,000 or 500. So a quarter of our velocity. We make it a half, so 10. So it'll basically fall at half the rate if we're at max falling speed. Let's see. Let's go. We'll see what it looks like on 2 players. I mean, I like that. I like how that feels. We'll have to get that into playtesting, but yeah, and apparently that's completely frame rate independent, so we're gonna have to use that exponent if I want to do like proportional frame rate independent stuff. So we'll see. Let me get my frames back. Thank you, Unreal.
Taking the lead.
Alright, that's one of the things done on the thruster, and it's only been 42 minutes. Wow. Alright. Oh, that's 2 things, because we did set it to airborne. So now whenever you, like... Oh. So, question for you guys then. Let's say... Actually, let's just create the scenario. Let's create the scenario. So, if we have... lockout tools, let's get a cube in here. Let's drag this outwards. Let's create a kind of like that. And then let's drag this boy over here. So the question is, in this kind of a scenario, because we're only setting it on the begin of the thrust, if I'm standing right on the edge right here... Oh, it still worked. Interesting. I didn't think that would. Okay, it kind of worked there. Yeah, so if I'm thrusting like on the edge of something, right, like right here, obviously, you know, if I'm standing right here, I'm gonna go outwards. I'm gonna go kind of over, and then I'm gonna start falling. Whereas, you know, because that's what you'd want. You'd want to go over the object. Whereas if I'm standing far enough back from the edge and I thrust, I'm going to end up walking down the ramp. I guess that's fine. It's short enough that it doesn't really feel weird. Except for like that. I went really far down the ramp on that one. I think... Curious what happens if I throw this on the tick. Is that going to change how it feels going up ramps? Okay, that feels good. That feels good. Now, how does this change going up ramps? Oh, it still works the exact same going up a ramp. Okay, cool. All right, that fixes that. Cool. Great. All right. That fixes that. So let me add this as an official interface function now. Set received upwards force. All right, cool beans. And then what we're gonna do is we have to come into the movement component, and we actually have to set that up. So, okay, that should work. Cool. Cool beans. Alrighty. Next thing. Let me just make sure. Yep, still works. Great. Cool. Last thing, physics-wise, because really the thruster is not actually getting that much of a gameplay change. Like, these are the only changes that are being made for it. So, last thing... why did I close it? Last thing I need to do is limit this direction value to 8 directions. That way on controller, it's a little more intuitive. It's a little more intuitive on how you're thrusting on controller, because on controller, unless you know your stick super well, it's not going to thrust in the direction you think. So to make it fair, and mouse and keyboard, you can only thrust in 8 directions anyways, so might as well make it just identical for controller. It'll make it a lot more intuitive. I've never done this, so I'm just searching it again. So I need to break the vector. Tan 2 degrees. Put Y and X in there. Divide it by 45. Interesting. Yeah, we want to round. Oh, and then we just multiply it back to 45. That makes sense. And then we... That's not what I wanted. Then we do cosine of degrees and sine of degrees. And we actually want to normalize this before we put it in there just to be safe. And then we'll normalize it after. So cosine becomes X and sine becomes Y. All right, let's try this and just make sure it works. Okay, it still works perfectly. Now if we throw on... Don't mind this, I've been working on aim assist, so this is just the aim assist cone. I haven't built in like the debug visualizer for it, so...
Took the lead.
Interesting. Oh, interesting. Because of the changes we did, I can't thrust directly into a slide. What do you mean, yeah, right, bro? Huh? Excuse me, sir. All right, let me just try this thruster. Just like thrusting different directions. Yeah, this man's a very weird man, let me tell ya. I'm doing phantasmic. How are you? Today was your Monday, right? All right, so that's thrusting that direction. If I'm like going forward, I want to thrust backwards. Dang. Wait, did I just thrust 45? Interesting. Oh my gosh, what is the spread on this thing? Excuse me? What? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so that's clearly hitting him. How am I not getting the damage from there? Is it because the aim assist cone is blocking it?
Who's the new leader?
Oh, the spawn point has collision. What? I would have never figured that out. That is a very strange bug. Why does it block all? No collision. Interesting. Okay. I was like, why I should be getting the damage from here. There we go. That's how many shots I should be hitting from this distance. Except for the fact that hitting a headshot from this distance is almost impossible. Goodness. I forgot that I added damage fall off. I was like, why is the pistol not killing from this distance? That makes sense. All right. So direction snapping for controllers. I think it feels good. I'm definitely gonna just have to wait till we test it in game. But that's 3 of the things for our thruster pass done. The next big thing is we are going to get the thrust animations in, and then we're going to do temp sounds, and then we're going to do the particle effect. So we already have, obviously, the first person animations, which aren't the greatest, but you know, they work. And what I think I'm actually going to do is, instead of setting the movement mode to like airborne every frame that we're doing the thrust, because like, huh? Why is it thrusting to the... Oh. There we go. All right, that works. That was a weird bug. Speaking of bugs, especially giant bugs, if y'all want to hear a super sick soundtrack made by the one and only Dustin Robbins in chat, y'all should go look him up. Honestly, a sick playlist, and he has given me permission to throw it into Onyx. So not only whenever I get the music player up in Onyx, I'll probably have the Onyx soundtrack as well as his soundtrack, because honestly, it fits. Dustin, if you're still here, there's no copyright on that, is there? Can I throw that into my stream, like my stream playlist? Oh, you don't? Do you not have just the instrumental one on YouTube? Let's listen to this. Yeah. This is the playlist for those interesting or interested. I'm gonna send in chat real fast. Ugh, I'm hearing my own voice. There's that. I don't know if you have just the... Yeah, I don't think you have just the instrumental one on YouTube. You should post that. Just the instrumentals, because that would be great stream music. As long as there's no copyright on it. And assuming you're still here. But anyways, now that we fixed that bug, one of the things I was noticing is, yeah, because of the fact that we made it do this now, and that feels great. I'm loving it. I can, if I thrust and I hold crouch, like literally this, like if I hold crouch, okay, it still does it there. That's cool. But if I'm like sprinting and I thrust, it like floats me, and then it doesn't immediately do the crouch, and that does not feel good. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to check the input vector against the floor, and I'm gonna have to determine if the direction we'd be thrusting is facing downwards at all. If it's facing downwards, then set the movement mode to like, then we do like the little airborne thing. Otherwise, if it's not, then we just stay grounded and we do that. That way it works for this situation where we're still over here. But it also... and that's things, I haven't even finished aim assist, and it already feels better than before. So I only have sticky aim. Now, granted, that's a moving or that's a stationary target. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do that change, but we'll worry about that later. Actually, we should probably do that now, just because. We should do all the code first, and then we can worry about the animation sounds and particles. We'll do the art stuff later. Yeah, that album's sick. I listened to it while I was working. Because I work with Mr. Dustin. Not gonna specify where, but I work with him. So yeah, he showed me his playlist, and yeah, it's a sick playlist. Yeah, kind of like 1900s, kind of like cinematic type. Yeah, it's just that my favorite one, I think, in the album, if I remember it correctly, is called Carapace. That one I remember sounding super sick. And I like Praying Mantis, I like Carapace, and then there's another one I can't remember. I've only listened to it twice, so apologies for not knowing it off the top of my head, but and I hit him in the head with this grenade right there. Oh, it went behind him. Are you kidding? Hell yeah, let me know what you think. What the? Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that. Hold on, let me kill this guy again. Watch. Whoa! That's so funny. His body just comes flying down. I love ragdolls. I love physics. All right, yeah, let's do that. So in the ability tick, instead of just setting it, we need to get the movement component, get ground. I don't have a thing to get the ground impact. Let me do that. Interfaces, movement component. Get ground hit data. Result, that's what it's called. Ground, compiles, save, boom. We want to come back to this. Components, player, Onyx movement. And then we have get ground hit data, floor, get current floor, shape hit result. Now we can do get ground hit data. And then we can break that. And then if we do the direction, Okay. We want the impact normal. Yes, we want this normal. That'll point... Can I do a project to plane? Project to plane. Project vector onto plane. Vector to project the plane normal. And if we normalize this, then in theory, this is the direction that we're going. So if I do debug draw... Actually, what we should be doing is checking is grounded. And then we're not going to do this here. We want to check if we are grounded. We don't want to be even running this code if we're in the air. And then if that's the case, then we want to do debug draw arrow. We want to draw this as like a, I don't know, 3 meter, so 300. I'm going to add that to the initial. Arrow size 2, line color red, duration 20 seconds, I guess, thickness 1. Why do you need an arrow size and a thickness? That makes no sense. I guess the arrow is just the tip. Into the radius. Sounds fun. Thanks for coming. I'll try my best to check out Terrified, the update. Oh, that's checking. Oh. I'm like, why? I was like, why is it? It's not even drawing the arrows at all. I was calling the wrong function. So. Whoops. There we go. That's the arrows. And if we F8. Yeah, those are being perfectly projected to the plane. Heck yeah, I was going to do a whole bunch of like cross products, dot products, stuff like that. Nah, my guy. Okay, then all we need to check to make this easy, like this is super simple code. All we need to do is break this. And if the Z is less than 0, that means our arrow is pointing downwards. And if our arrow is pointing downwards, that means we will be thrusting down a platform. So, in that instance, we can... in this case, we just... If that is true, then we do this. Great. Yep, that works great. And we can still thrust slide. All right, let me do this on controller. Yep, we can still thrust slide. And in theory now, if we're standing like here, yep, nicely throws us off of it. Cool.
Taking the lead.
Heck yeah. All right, that feels good. Now that the code is done, we can go attempt to do some third-person animations, and I have absolutely zero idea how I'm going to do this. So, I guess. Just kind of get this into the base position of where the arm might be. In that case, the torso would also be rotated a little bit, because by default the player's kind of like this. And then the arm's gonna like reach forward, so if the guy's holding a gun or something, the arm by default would be probably around right there. The first frames don't really matter, because it's gonna interpolate in from the current pose, so I really don't care what this first frame looks like. It is not a nice rig. Oh my goodness, let me tell ya. That guy's proportions are weird. I wonder why. Who made this? Yo, chat, for a petition to make a new player model. You want proof? I'll give you proof. You want to sign it too? Okay. I signed it first, so. That's crazy. Does your cat know sign language? Not sign language. Sign language. I meant cursive. My brain is fried, dude. Okay, I am going to open the first person ability animations because I want to get the timing the exact same. So I want to open this. Let's go thrust forward 80 to 105. I really need to start using Blender's action editor. I've never had it work for me. So So 80 to 105, that is 25 frames. Am I scaling it at all in engine? Player, first person, base animations, abilities. Thrust forward. I am not. Cool, great. I essentially do one timeline, and I use the markers. Like, as you see here, I have thrust forward start, thrust forward end. And that's what I use to, like, section my stuff, and then I just change the start and end times. I don't like it, but I've never gotten... Well, Blender's action editor works. However, it does not work well if you're using multiple objects. Like, you know, if I have my weapon rig and my character rig, you have to select both objects and switch the action of both objects. I wish, I mean, this is just a small thing. You say, oh, just select both objects, whatever. I really wish that I could just set the action and it sets it for like the entire Blender file. Like all objects in that Blender file now get switched to that action. That's what I wished happened. But no, if I select... Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if I have, you know, reload, well, I have to put the action editor on reload, on the gun and on the player model. Or on, like, the character rig. But then, let's say I select the character rig, and... Or actually, when I added guns, I actually moved the gun around, because the hands are IK'd parented to the gun. So let's say I'm just on the gun and I realize, oh, I want to go tweak the shoot animation. So then I switch it to the shoot animation, but it doesn't switch the arms to the shoot animation. So then when I go to the arms now have like I'll switch the arms and I'll start changing some keys around, not realizing that the arms are still on the reload keyframes. And then I go back to the reload and I'm like, now why does my reload look bad? I just wish that changing the action would change it globally in Blender, like to all objects that have that. Yeah. It's just a simple thing. I don't want to have to select both objects if I'm in the gun and I really quickly want to select, you know, shooting animation, and I realize, oh, let me change the way the fingers work. I'm not thinking that the fingers are in a different action. I'm thinking that I've been in the shooting action for so long and I just want to go tweak the fingers. I'm just immediately thinking that the fingers are in it. It is user error, but I honestly wish there was a way to just do it globally and like set all objects. I'm sure there's probably some kind of add-on to do it, but yeah, that's what people have told me, but the issue is so many, a lot of my guns are going to have different, you know, vastly different rigs. So I can't really do that. Because also the gun in Unreal is a completely separate object. So in Unreal, I need it to be two separate objects. Alrighty, sounds good, Sonny. See you later. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, no, I just have one first-person mesh, because the first-person mesh is arms and legs, since I've got these boys. So, yeah, I have the first-person mesh, which if I F8, you can not really, but you can kind of see. If I stretch my camera, if I do it like this, you can kind of see it separate from the player mesh. But I have the arms and then the legs. And then the gun just gets parented to the hands in Unreal, but then in Blender the hand IKs get parented to the gun, because then that's so much more model data. Like that's like, you have all those loaded into memory at once, you're wasting so much memory just by having the same copy of the arms for every single gun. And then that means for customization, that means you got to worry about setting the materials and like the custom materials for it. That's way too complex, my guy. I mean, me personally, I just prefer my stuff to be as optimized as possible. Not that any of Onyx is as optimized as possible, but I try my best to make it as optimized as possible. Yeah, that just seems so over the top. Yeah, I mean, it is a way. At the end of the day, it does work. I just don't like doing that method. I prefer to have just the arms separate. Also, just because that means every single time you create a new gun, like I can't just create a new gun and throw it in game. I have to, because then that means you have to have separate models for like pickup models, and you have to have the first person models. For me, it's just one model. The gun's just one model that is used everywhere in the game. Oh, dang. Yeah, no. I just prefer this method. Like, I just parent the hands to the gun. That way I can move the gun around the screen, and the hands just automatically IK and do everything. And then in Unreal, because the arm keyframes get baked out, I just attach the gun to the hands, and then everything just works out, and it works great, and I love it. All right, so frame number 6. It should be rotated kind of inwards and starting to pull in. And then frame 98, so 7 from the end. 68 here. Yeah, I would not imagine that having, I don't know. I just think that that's overly complex, but then again, that's probably just because I've been using this system for ages. So, yo, what's up in yo games? I'm thinking like I'm trying to imagine the player like moving. And so like I'm imagining if the player's getting pulled, it's probably like whatever the ability is like attached to. I assume it's their chest. That's probably what's getting pulled, right? I'm imagining the player like moving across. Why is this not parented to the root bone? Interesting. Strange. Does this have? This doesn't have any bone constraints. Whatever. I'm imagining, you know, the player getting like pulled forward. So if the player's like getting pulled forward, and I could do this with root motion if I would do this with root motion if my rig was set up properly, but it's not. So because apparently this isn't parented for some reason. This, what is it, the knee bone? Oh no, one of the elbows for some reason is like really weirdly. Oh yeah, it's a child of the chest. Right, I had it as a child, that way when I would move this, the elbow would also move. But that's weird that it gets like proportionally moved based off of where the chest is being moved in world. That's strange. Interesting. Yeah, I'm imagining if the player's getting pulled forward. Like if you look at I don't know. Let's look at this video. This video probably has a good I don't know if it's gonna show it in third person. You know, the thumbnail was really deceiving. I thought it would show the third person. I just want to see it in third person. That's all I want to see is the third person animation. The Halo 5 beta looked so much better. Okay, I kind of see it. But like you see, like he thrusts forwards and his it's not really easy to see. But the dude's legs kind of get like, yeah, they kind of move away from the direction that he's thrusting. So I'm thinking I should probably do something similar. So like, oh gosh, it's been a minute since I've animated foot stuff. So probably like maintain the feet position until like here, and then actually no, we should probably maintain them until here, and then this is where like I don't even know how to do this. I guess what we would do is like this leg would kind of go like something like that, whereas this one would kind of be like more forward. If that's a drastic change. I guess they should get more like behind him. I guess it would also probably make sense to like rotate the hips slightly, like maybe rotate the torso and like pull that forward a little bit. So it looks like he's like I don't know, let's just kind of like move these legs around during the thrust. And then have this kind of like look like it's like reaching forward back for ugh, what is that? I guess if you're coming in for like to like break your the way I'm imagining this is like oof. Imagining like he's getting like pulled forward and then his legs are gonna kind of come forward to like break his stop. I mean, it's not the worst animation, but it's also not the best animation I've ever made. So, and we're probably gonna end up actually winding to make this longer than the first person one because we're gonna want the legs and stuff to play for a little bit longer. We're gonna want to like interpolate the legs in, and then we're gonna want the legs to like come back to kind of a we're gonna want them to interpolate more. So like if 72, or actually let's say 68, 70 is probably the frame. So 70 to 90, that'd be 20, so it'd be like a third of a second for it to interpolate. Yeah, I could see that. In that case, since we're going to make this longer, we're going to bring the feet forward later. Usually we want to stay in that thrust kind of for longer. Same thing with the chest. We want to keep the chest kind of anyways. I don't love it, but I'll take it. All right, 50 to 90. I want to export this as export animations, player abilities, and we want to export this as third person underscore thrust forward. Then we go back to Unreal. And we do third person abilities thruster. You sleep through 2 hours? That sounds like a you problem, my guy. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It is 50 through 90. Yeah, 50 to 90. You didn't miss much. I don't have arc raiders, so I don't plan on it. Oh shoot, I need a shop. I forgot I have to do adult things today. Speaking of adult things, Mr. Savage Potato, who you guys might be aware of, is gonna be moving in with me, and that means I can save more money each month, which means more art for Onyx. So yeah, no, I pulled a 24-hour day yesterday, so I'm officially on the day schedule for the next 3 days, because I will be a lot more productive during the day than I am at night. At night, I just can't do anything. Yep, getting myself a roomie. So yeah, I'll be able to save a decent bit every month, and I'll be able to put, like, you know, a couple hundred maybe towards some art. So should be getting some new concept art, maybe some new armors and stuff, and get some new armors concepted so we can actually see like the different armor styles, and then we can get them modeled, then we can get them in the game. And so basically all I'm saying is within a year Onyx should go crazy, but we shall see. I've just been working on this thrust animation, so what do I do for first person? I mean, in theory, it'll be like code-wise, and hopefully art-wise. That's the goal for the by the end of this year. The only thing I'd be waiting on is audio, and that's also where having more money to spend for my audio designer to be able to contract, reach back out to him and contract some stuff, which actually I do need to do today. All right, now I have to figure out how I actually want to play this animation. I don't think I've really ever I have had third person thruster animations before, but I've never had it in this version. I don't know exactly how I want to go about it. How am I doing it for first person? Don't I have an event? Yeah, set thrust direction. Yeah. And then toggle is thrusting. Yeah, it's weird. I went to bed and I only got like 6 hours of sleep last night, but it was some pretty good sleep. I think mainly because I was sleeping during the night, which is something I don't do very often, and I didn't set an alarm. So it was just sleep until I wanted to wake up. I didn't have to worry about anything. I'm going to get some of the best sleep I've ever had the next 3 days, which honestly is so worth it. All right, and then here we go. Where do I set is thrusting? Excuse me. Toggle is thrusting. My bad. Great, it just doesn't exist. That's because we're doing it on the player. That's right. I'm doing it in my play animation. Yeah. We want to get the third person mesh, and we just want to copy this. And then where do I do toggle is thrusting? I'm doing in the animation. Right. I forgot. Oh boy, what the heck? Right. Gotcha. Forgot I had to do a jank system to get this to work. Okay, in my animation graph, where's my ability slot? Huh. So what I'm getting is I need to duplicate this. I called it third person underscore thrust. And I need to create a montage. And then I need to go to slot manager, ability slot. This is 0.67, so minus, let's just say 47.2. And then in my data asset, for getting the third person, Mm. Mm. So where is this being called? Finally. Okay. I see how this works. I completely forgot that I coded it this way because I had to do a really stupid roundabout way. Okay. Get ability montage. We're going to do first person and third person montage. Yo, what up? Okay, now that that's all finished, we can come back into the player and plug that in, and now it should all work. In theory. Actually, third person probably will not be playing the montage. So let me just copy this for now, come into third person, go into the anim graph, and layer this right here. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll see. I doubt it though. Huh? What? What the heck? I slept pretty decent, I'd say. I didn't get a full night's sleep, but it was some pretty good sleep. So yeah, I mean, I'd say pretty good. What the hell happened to my first person? I just got paid today and stuck some into savings, and I'm gonna be doing a massive trip to the store tomorrow with my new roommate. So what are you gonna get your nephew? Why are these imported at a really weird scale now? Yeah, what? Why are these massive? What? No, today is abilities. So basically each day of my 4-day weekend, I'm going to work on just going through and repolishing, revamping everything that needs to be repolished and revamped. So today is all about abilities. So I'm starting with the thruster, getting the third person animations, hopefully getting some temporary sound effects, or at least getting the system built in to enable sound effects. And then that way, whenever we get the actual sounds, it's, you know, it's set up. And then, you know, also getting basically just getting the system set up, getting them decent. Like I'm not happy with this thrust animation, but like it's better than having no thrust animation, you know? So it at least tells the players, hey, this dude is thrusting. So so we already did some physics changes. So previously, if you would thrust, it would like send you down the ramp just because it's using the movement component, and the movement component like locks you to the ramp. That way you can like walk up and down the ramp. But now if you like thrust to the side, you know, it kind of like pulls you off the ramp. So like it'll pull you off the ramp and actually thrust you forward, and stuff like that. So that feels better. We also changed it to where it'll proportionally change your falling velocity. It's like if you're falling and you're like, oh, I really want to make it there, and you thrust forward, you'll tend to go more horizontal. Like it'll kind of proportionally add some force upwards on you. That way you don't fall as fast, so you can make those longer jumps. Like if you're like running and jumping and falling somewhere, you'll be able to make those jumps, because we notice on certain maps, it's also just default of the maps. Some of the maps are designed too big. It won't do it for verticals. So like if you're going upwards, like let's say you go across a launch pad, you'll maintain all your upwards velocity. It only affects your downwards velocity. So if I like jump, I'll still be going upwards. So I'll maintain all my upwards velocity, so you can like go across a launch pad and then kind of like thrust to change the direction. But if you're falling, then it'll kind of lower your downwards velocity to kind of help you make those gaps. And as well as when you're thrusting to like dodge somebody, you'll be able to like throw off their aim a little bit more, because now you're like your arc, your Z velocity won't be the same, so they'll also have to like readjust for that. So it should feel a lot better. And then just for controllers, I just limited it to 8 directions, so it's a lot more intuitive for controllers to thrust around. And then yeah, I was working on aim assist earlier this week, so that's why you can see this like the shadow of my cone for aim assist. I only have reticle friction, and I don't actually have the magnetism to like pull my aim towards the target. But I also do that way differently than other games do, and I'm sure people are going to hate it at first, but I think it's a smarter system, and it's something that, after me playing on it, I don't complain about people getting, like, I don't complain about controller players, because to me it feels fair. It actually complements good aim, rather than just giving you free aim assist towards enemies. I hope so, honestly. My aim assist is proportional to how well you are already aiming at the target. So normal aim assist just gives you a flat assist. It just always assists you like halfway. What it does is it says you're aiming at this speed, you need to be rotating at this speed to perfectly track the target. And it just says we're always going to put you halfway in between your input and the input you need to perfectly track the target. It always just has a flat value. I don't like that, because you know, you see those videos of like somebody just like slowly strafing sideways, and all of a sudden somebody runs in front of their screen and the aim assist just grabs it and pulls them with it. That's stupid. If you're not aiming, I don't think you should get aim assist. I think it's stupid. Like, there's no reaction time. By the time you actually react, you're already halfway to the target, so you kind of have the advantage there. Now, yes, mouse and keyboard players can just flick. I understand that. Whatever. No. Well, every weapon has a flat spread. So there's no bloom, but there is a flat amount of spread.
You're in the lead.
I refuse to do bloom, because I hate bloom. You know, I hate bloom in any game. But yeah, no, the way my aim assist works is if you're moving your aim just very slowly like this, and let's say it's a percentage based thing. So if you're aiming 5% of the target's speed, like you're only tracking them 5%, then you're only gonna get 5% aim assist. But if you're tracking the target 100%, you're gonna get 100% aim assist. But guess what? You don't need 100% aim assist, because you already are tracking them perfectly. So to me, that feels more rewarding. And when we tested this in Gen 2, it felt so satisfying to get kills, because it was like, okay, I'm getting kills because the aim assist is rewarding me for my aim. It's already aiming. It's only assisting me for how much I am already aiming. And honestly, yeah, basically. But it's not like 90% of total aim assist. There is still it's technically 90% times 50%. So it's never giving you 100% aim assist. It's giving you 100% of the 50%. And that's the value I tweak. That's the cone. That's the aim assist cone. So like, you see, like I'll just turn, let me get up to the guy. You'll see like when the shadow touches him, you can see my aim slow down. That's the reticle friction kicking in. It's actually not working 100% as intended. It's not, you're not supposed to notice it just drop speed like that when it touches him. It's supposed to gradually drop speed as it gets towards the center of the cone. That way, if you're over here, you can very quickly catch up to him, and then it'll slow you down the more you get to the center. So it just, yeah. So I don't know. Well, I've got to do some changes to it. I had a lot of issues with aim assist earlier, but yeah, so that's my aim assist. And honestly, most games are like, oh, our aim assist is so good you can't even feel that it's there. You can feel it's there. A lot of games you can feel it's there. Like, you're just strafing left and right and all of a sudden your aim starts getting pulled by it. This is turned up for testing. This is not the size that it's going to be. Every gun is going to have a unique size. This is turned up to, like, I think 30 degrees, whereas most guns are probably going to be like 15 or 20. So, but then also close range, there's a close fall off range and a far fall off range. So if somebody's up in your face, you don't need aim assist. So there's going to be a fall off range up close of like 5 or 10 meters. So like, if I ping, what's the, oh, I can't ping, it's 1. Yeah, so like if somebody's like standing like basically this close to you, you don't need aim assist. Maybe I'll still keep sticky aim, or maybe I'll reduce the amount that it gives it to you, so it'll fall off to like half of what it normally is. That way you still get a little bit, but up close you're gonna want to have that fast turn speed, so you don't want it to slow down when you're up close. There's gonna be a lot. I'm gonna have to talk to all my controller friends, and there's gonna be a lot of like, there's gonna be a lot of tweaking, but yeah, COD has an insane amount of aim assist. But also the big thing about my aim assist, and this is the one I might get huge like flack for, is because it's directly proportional to how you're already aiming at the target. If you're aiming to the left and somebody runs right across your screen, it's not going to grab them, because it's realizing you're aiming opposite of their velocity. You're not trying to track them. And that honestly makes thruster pack more useful against controller players, because you know, with old controllers, if you're tracking somebody across the screen and then they thrust, even if you're aiming this way, it would still pull your aim a little bit to the left, because that's just how aim assist works. So now if somebody's tracking you and you thrust, they have to like now recorrect and like get onto you. So it makes thrusting a lot, like I noticed that about Halo Infinite. I've watched like replays of when I thrust in Infinite, and I just noticed that it didn't seem like it threw off their aim at all. So it's like, okay, what's the point of that if it's not going to throw off their aim? So yeah, that means it's based off of also who you're aiming closest to. So if there's 5 guys in your aim, whoever you're tracking the closest is what the game assumes you're aiming at, and so that's who it's going to assist you most towards. So I think it's a smart system. To me, it sounds good, and in our basic play testing that we did in Gen 2, it felt really good. So we'll just have to see. But I'm excited to see like what people think when they get their hands on it. But the cone goes away as soon as you switch to mouse and keyboard. So like so like I'm playing with mouse for aiming and controller for movement now. So like you can do like the hybrid inputs. That was one of the things I made sure when I was building my inputs, is you can do hybrid inputs. Because I know some people want like the full 8 direction movement of like they want the controller movement, that way they can have like full like accuracy. So I made sure to build that in. Honestly, don't get how people play like this. You do not have enough keys on the joystick, on the left side of the controller to be able to do everything. They've got to be using like side mouse buttons and stuff too, because there's way too few keys. Like I can't even jump, and I can't melee or jump or use my abilities. Like there's just not enough keys. But anyways, back to working on this and figuring out why the heck the thrust animations are like becoming super massive. Oh. It's not doing it anymore? What did I change? I don't get it, guys. You've been watching this entire time. I didn't change anything. Why are the animations not broken? Is it just thrusting backwards? No, thrusting. I didn't touch anything. What? Oh, is it just because I was using this blend space? Is that it? That's probably what it was. I was using that blend. Okay. That's probably what the issue was. Golly. I hate animations. I wish I had somebody to animate for me. Alright, you guys get to watch this nice 25 FPS stream because I've got 2 players in the game now, so this guy we're gonna watch the thrust in third person and see how it looks. Okay, it's really jank. It's really jank. I think I'm gonna have to do a curve. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not as bad as it could be. Like if we just go down to like a 5th speed, go into third person, and then thrust forward. Yeah. It's just not. It's just too, like, it doesn't seem like there's any smoothing. Yeah, it just jumps to that pose. But then it nicely interpolates to that one. I think what I need to do is third person abilities thruster, this one. Set this mesh to that. Oh wait, no, I need the montage. I think I need the montage to start here. And then I think I need the lerp in time to be not 0.05, but like 0.12. Stop, I don't want to debug. Why does this insist on previewing an instance? That might smooth it out. I mean, yeah, it's kind of smoothed out. There's going to be, once we get the new player model, I am going to have to literally, I'm going to be using Cascadeur because it's got this like quote unquote AI powered animation. I don't think it's actually AI. I think it's just running physics simulation. I think that's genuinely all it's doing. Yeah, see, that's so much smoother.
Took the lead.
Wait, hold up. What do the legs look like when I thrust? Oh, okay. Oh, good music. Who made this? That's crazy. I guess either, okay, now that we have that system set up, either we go and make the other 4 directions and make it like properly like transition between all 4 directions, just like it, you know, just like it does in first person, where you can see if we slow it down and we play the thrust animation, like it'll swap dynamically based off of where you look. So I love that. Honestly, it makes it feel good in game instead of making it just feel like a static animation is being played. So either we can go do the other 4 animations, or the other 3 for left, right, and backwards, and then stick them into the blend space. Or, and this is the part I don't really want to do because it's annoying. Or we can try and get the particle effects in. That way you can actually like see the particle effect. You can tell that the particle, like, you know, which direction the player's thrusting, and it kind of like makes more sense. The only issue is I have absolutely zero idea how I'm going to do this particle effect. I've been looking through like I might not do the particles on stream because I'm probably gonna have to do a ton of research. So we'll leave that for last. The particle effects are not that necessary. So what we're gonna do instead is sounds. No, because the sounds have to... Crap, I don't have a sound for it. I mean, I do. I just don't know where it's located. All right, other 4 directions it is. I guess let's just start with thrusting backwards. So what is this? 40 frames, so 120 to 160. What does the thrust backwards look like in first person? Isn't it like a grab and push type thing? Yeah, your push. I think I'm going to change this one when we get the new model. And I create the actual animations that hopefully should actually look decent. What's the timing on this? 5 frames in? Dang. And then what? Pushing out to 11 frames. Sure, I'm happy with that. Okay, now we start working on the waist. So right about here should be rotate a little bit to the left. And then we want to kick it to the right to match the torso. Actually, we're going to want the waist to be first. So you want the waist to lead the chest. I don't know. I don't know actually if the waist should be first. All right, now we get the feet. Oh, I think he needs some knee surgery or something. Kind of imagining the player's gonna like, he's thrusting backwards, he's gonna want to catch himself with his feet, so kind of like apply the feet, some like trying to look like he's like trying to break himself. It's kind of like jumping backwards almost, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if how exactly I'm gonna have to do this when I do the proper animations for like in the air versus on the ground. Like, am I gonna have to predict if the player's gonna land on the ground and play kind of more of like a actually like slowing themselves down versus in the air where it'll just kind of interpolate back to the air pose? I was like, that kind of looks cool. It's not the final pose, but honestly, it kind of looks cool. I can't lie. Welcome back. All right. Well, we got the side view done. Now it's time to work on the front view. Song really is a banger. And I know bangers. Bruh. That's the first thing you say in chat. me fending off all the women my grandma said would be telling me I'm handsome. That's screenshot material right here. Honestly, I think that's fine for thrusting backwards. What you... Oh, that... Oh. Whoops. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. That's the wrong bone. It's this one. There. There. Alright, I'm happy to call that done for thrusting backwards. Now let's do thrusting right and then thrusting left. Oh goodness. Ugh. I'm so tired. Alright, thanks for coming. Good luck at work. Have fun. Hope it's a nice chill day for you. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, so for thrusting right. Yeah, it just reaches and grabs and pulls to the left. So it grabs on frame 5. This is a banger song. How long does it pull over for? Kind of like 10-ish frames. Okay. Looks like he's doing the Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Unsubscribe. I won't blame any of y'all. All very much bangers. Yeah, all of these are indeed very much bangers. Okay, I need a frame where his hand is open. So right here. Huh? Not putting his middle finger out. No. Okay. There, you happy? Stupid. All right, now let's get the torso. Let's see. The torso starts here. And then about here, it should rotate to the right because he's trying to grab to the right. So you want the torso to match that. It looks like he's trying to grab something on the right side, kind of. And then as he throws his arm over here, we want to whip that thing. We want to go. Yeah. Oh, I don't like the path that hand takes. Yeah. I mean, it works. Well, we'll refine it. So the waist also kind of moves with the chest. Not as much. Unk. Yeah. I like that. Cool. That works. Great. All right. Now let's get the feet. How do I want this to look for thrusting to the side? Probably the foot closest to... What I'm probably going to want is like something like this. Oh shoot, I should not be doing this on the first frame. Let's do this just like 10 frames in, so that we can move them around. But yeah, let's do something like that. I don't want the leg completely straight. You want some bendiness to it.
What's going on, everybody? Hope you're all having a fantastic
What the?
day. Now, today I would like to take a break from Vanguard and Battlefield Top.
Why is it not looping my playlist? Excuse me? And then just like the other animations, we kind of want to like bring the legs over to kind of like prepare to stop ourselves. Alrighty. I'm happy with that. Sure. All right. Now we're gonna start at 260 and go to 300. Hmm. Oh boy. All right. All of these are done. So let's get them exported. What the? No, we're working. I've got a 4-day weekend, so literally every single day for the next, well, now 3 days. I'll be streaming, but I'm just working on major changes, kind of getting as much of the systems completely set up as possible. So like for the last 3.5 hours, dang, 3.5 hours, wow. The last 3.5 hours I've been working on the thruster. And then I'll end stream, get some food and, you know, whatnot. And I'll finish a quick update to the pulse blade. The pulse blade is basically finished. There's just a few updates for it. And then I'm going to spend a bunch of time doing the shockwave, because the shockwave is going to be a major code rework. So, and then tomorrow will be all equipment based, and then Saturday will be all like animation stuff, so like building a lot of stuff and building the last few bit of things in the animation system, basically everything except for reloading, because reloading is gonna take a while. But so we've been trying to get the third person thrusting in, and yeah. So now, in theory, if I close all this and we click play, I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. Look at that. That is sick. It just works right out the box? What? You're kidding. Oh, I just realized controller sensitivity is not delta time based anymore. It is delta time based now. So, even in slow-mo, the controller turning is slow motion. Interesting. Okay, well, we just got the third-person animations in, so for thrusting. So that's what I've just been animating and setting up. But like, it just works out the box. So if I so basically if I go to the anim graph and I just skip this, and I'm gonna play with 2 players, which unfortunately will lower my frames, but you'll be able to see it from third person, so it'll look better. Let me grab the spawn point, wherever that is. There we go. Let's just drag this here, press end, snap it to the ground. And we'll just drag this over here, just so we've got a nice open space. Yeah, that should work. Cool. Alright, now spawn 2 players, and I'll stick the other one on my left screen, so. But this is by default what the thruster looked like. You know, the player would just they would just kind of jump to that direction. And it was just kind of like, it was jarring, you know, it didn't really look cool. And you were just like, okay, so they almost, it kind of looks like they're lagging or like they're cheating, because, you know, there's no animation to go with it. So now with the animation enabled, this is what it looks like. I really need to, actually, I might do that before I end stream. I want to add a keybind to like hide the first person arms and mesh and like HUD. That way when I'm doing this stuff to you guys, I can kind of, actually, what am I doing? I can do toggle spectator. Boom. Now I'm a spectator. Now yeah, now there's some animation. It's not, and there obviously there will be particle effects and sounds and stuff that go with it too. But like if I go into a slow-mo, and I'm definitely gonna have to do some kind of system for in air versus on the ground, because I have the animation right now to where, like, if you look at the animation, oh, it's in slow motion, so the ability's charging super slowly. Give it a sec. Three, two, one. There we go. When it thrusts backwards, you know, it kind of looks like the legs kind of like look like they like prepare to stop you. So it kind of looks like you're almost like lunging forward. You're like preparing to stop, but in air that kind of just looks jank. So I'm gonna have to have, like, I don't know. I've never really done legitimate, I've never done like legitimate animation setup. So like, it's definitely going to be something that when I get the new player model and the new rig and all that, and I actually spend decent time, spend more than like 30 minutes on an animation, because like right now I'm just getting it to where it works. I'm just getting it to where you can tell what's happening. It's just there. Once I actually are spending time on, like, you know, once the code's done, I can just focus on animation and particle effects and materials and like the art side of things, because the code's done. So I can actually focus on making things look good. I'm gonna have to find some way to, like, I don't know, maybe I do some like curves where if you're on the ground, or if the system predicts that you're about to land, like maybe it like predictively puts the legs out to like prepare to land. Otherwise, it maybe there's like a separate curve for in air, separate curve for the ground, and maybe like it does a lerp. It like transitions to the in air pose versus the on the ground pose. There's a lot of systems that are like specifically for third person. First person, it doesn't matter. First person's like super easy. Specifically for third person, it's gonna be a lot more work, because that's what you want to look cool. You know, that's what you want in slow motion, to have like the cool screenshots and the cool, like, you know, if I slow-mo this and like I have the guy like thrust backwards, oh, what the okay, apparently spectator does not work if the game is paused. That's kind of unfortunate. Hey y'all, Starhelm, go subscribe to them right now. They're creating a sick sci-fi VR like space local simulation game. I don't even know how to explain it. Just they also do some streams and they're really cool. So definitely go subscribe to them and check out their stuff. They're creating a really cool game. But thank you. Now, I don't know if this is replicated. In theory, it is. I'm gonna see if it is or not. It is. Cool. That does look really sick, though. Like, and the legs also show properly. Is what I'll probably actually do when doing the genuine animations is I'll probably look into like generating a distance over time curve that I can throw into Blender that moves the root bone. That way in Blender I can actually animate it to like the movement, because like obviously if you look at how I'm doing it in Blender right now, I'm just doing it in place. Like I'm just animating it in place. What I would like to do is have it to where like as the animation goes along, it's like I'm like actually moving the mesh. So like, you know, it's like showing the mesh move so I can actually get a sense of how it feels physically. That's one of the things I want to do when I actually get around to doing the Gen 3 animations. I would call these Gen 2 animations. I don't know how I feel about this though. You're like in a slide, but it's still playing the thrust animation. I'm definitely gonna have to do some like rearranging of the actual stuff, that way the animations play at the right rate, but I'm happy with that. Particles are gonna be something we'll worry about later. And the screen effects. So last thing we have to do on the thruster is add the temp sounds in. I'm just gonna use the sounds that we had in Gen 2, which doesn't match at all what the thruster is supposed to be, because like those sounds kind of sound like a powerful like rocket thruster that's like, it's like a burst of energy that's pushing you. That's not what it is anymore. It's kind of like an energy field, so it'll kind of be more like a whoomp kind of a thing. That's kind of the sound I've got in my mind of what it's going to sound like. So we'll add some temp sounds, but we'll just use the old sound, that way you know, when we're playing we can have that nice feedback. I want to add the energy particles that are showing you getting pulled, because it's kind of like a ethereal something or other that's like it's like an orb in the world that you'll see like energy like pulling the player towards. So that's going to be a whole thing on its own, not only to get the particles to look cool, but also to figure out like how exactly that's going to spawn in the world, how exactly you show that. There's going to be some code related to that. And then obviously the screen effects, like right now when you use the thrust, and that's the thing, it's probably not going to be called the thruster, but we have yet to come up with a new name for it. I don't know if we call it like ethereal dash or just call it like a dash, but that doesn't, just calling it dash, like you can call it a thruster because you can call it like the thruster pack. A dash, like actually calling it a dash in the world, like in the game, that's not like, that doesn't fit the game. So I don't know what we're gonna call it. Maybe like, yeah, ethereal aether dash, or like aether warp or something, but warp doesn't really match the theme of it. Oh gosh, that was sick. Seeing the shadow of the player. That's sick. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to mess around a lot with like the kind of like interpolation. Nah, there's no depth of field on my guns. It could also just be the stream. Very well could be just the stream quality. I don't know. I turned my bitrate up since the last stream because I forgot that I turned it down to stream on Twitch. Because Twitch, you can only apparently stream at 6,000 bitrate. But for YouTube, I think I can stream pretty much as high as I want. And I've got the internet for it, so... Yeah, and I don't have partner. I have affiliate, but I do not have partner. So, unfortunately, but I only stream gaming on Twitch, and so that doesn't really need to be the highest quality. But But yeah, obviously, you know, we don't have any screen effects for the thruster like I did in Gen 2. So like there's a lot of things I want to do. I'm thinking about applying some effects to the HUD where like the chromatic aberration of the HUD gets like super drawn out towards the edges of the screen. There'll be a chromatic aberration in the world. I'm going to apply some like speed lines, and I'm going to increase the FOV if you're going forward, decrease it if you're going backwards, to kind of give you that Hitchcock zoom effect. If you're thrusting like left and right, I'm gonna like tilt the camera left and right. That felt really good in the old version. So there's a lot of screen effects, and then the VFX, and then the sounds. So we'll see when I get to those. I don't know when. I don't think I'll have the time to today. I didn't realize the thruster was gonna take me 4 hours to rework. So. And obviously I have to reanimate the reload for the assault rifle because it's using the SMG reload. But I'm happy with this. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like there's some times where I'm thrusting diagonally and I don't mean to. I don't know if just that's a side effect of the 8 direction stuff that I just did or not. Oh, that is a side effect of the 8 direction. Because I should be thrusting forward right now. Whereas it's going diagonally. I'm gonna put that in my checklist. I'm just gonna put that as a new check. It's probably just due to the rounding. It's probably rounding in world space, not rounding in local space. Because I'm sure if I look this way, it'll thrust me forward. But I'm sure if I'm looking like here, it'll probably thrust me in that direction. Oh, no. Interesting. Oh no, because I don't have any input. So if I'm walking this way, so let's test this. If I'm walking this way, yep, it thrusts me forwards properly. But if I'm walking forwards at a slight angle, yeah, it thrusts me that direction. So it's 8 direction is using world or 8 direction. What is, let's see, what do we call this? Input vector is in world space, not local. That's what it is. Okay, I can fix that. Hey, thanks for joining the stream. I'm always here to help. And we've got a channel in my Discord for like Unreal help. So if you ever need anything, we've got some other Unreal Engine devs in my server that we have the Unreal to Goat channel that doesn't get used often, but it's there. And you know, if you ever need any other Unreal help, I'm sure there's people that are willing to help. I've got a lot of Unreal people in my server. I don't know how active they are, but I do be having them in my server. But Your other biz? What other biz? If you don't mind me asking. You know what? We're gonna fix that input vector being world space right now. Before I end stream. Get thrust direction. So yeah, apparently this is world space. So I need to get owner and then get world rotation or get actor rotation. Hey, hell yeah. That's sick. How do you like that? You having fun with it? Not mad. Shameless plug, but okay. That's sick. Happy to hear that. I mean, I will say I absolutely hate video editing, but I've gotta get back in the game. I honestly I need to make a video on my on the updates of this game soon, so maybe after this week, because majority of the game should be completely bug free and kind of polished. There we go. That's local space now. There we go. That feels right. I was wondering. I thought it felt a little weird on controller. I was like, is my 8 direction code just that bad? And I mean, technically, yes, it was, but it's not the actual 8 direction code. I definitely need to do another pass on the sticky aim. This does not feel at all how I was wanting it to. Doesn't feel bad. I'm liking mostly how I have the code. I can see the aspects of the code that do feel good, but like this part where I'm just turning slowly, it just immediately just stops. I don't like that. It's supposed to nicely transition into, like, right here is basically where it's supposed to be like fully smooth or like fully slowed down. But right now it's gonna jump off right there. Like you can see it jump. I don't want to see it jump. I want it to be a nice smooth in and out. But controller support is not that important. Oh yeah, dude. Game dev's one of those things where it's, I don't know. It's fun to get into, but like I found this early on, and I'm, you know, you can kind of see it with my game. Like, I mean, feel free to correct me, but my game doesn't look the best. Like, obviously we've got all the blockout stuff and like the guns and stuff. Like, yeah, it's not bad. The player models aren't bad, and we're working on a new one right now. The animations aren't horrible. I mean, I spend no time at all on them. I spend like 30 minutes at most on like a gun animation set, which for 30 minutes, the first person stuff feels great. But for third person, I swapped it. Third person, like, they're not the greatest. They're still super stiff, but like they get the job done. But like I hope to change that with the new assets. Exactly. That's basically my mentality, is gameplay first, graphics later. But, you know, that's why I just throw in some temp animation, some temp art, some well, and that's the thing too, is I wouldn't say that they look like poop, but I would say that they are like, you know, yeah, they're low poly, low, like they're pixelated, but like they have a style. They have a style that works. So I wouldn't say it necessarily looks like poop, but I would say it works. It's a style, and the style matches what the game is. So like, yeah, Onyx right now doesn't visually look the best, but like I've got the cavity shader. Oh, for sure. The graphics can completely break the game if they take away from the gameplay, because like there's so many games like it's also just depends on if the developers focus on art versus gameplay. If you can tell that they just focused on trying to make the highest quality game, but then the gameplay's horrible, then well, obviously you're not going to play it. But if the art also doesn't complement the gameplay, like, you know, the shields flaring on the player whenever I shoot him, the particle effects showing that, you know, he's broken, the blood and shield impact effects, those all play a crucial part in the gameplay because they're readability. If the game's not readable, then what are you doing? And that's why, like, my reticles, they're even not perfect now. But like my reticles, we've gone through so many passes on them to get them to feel good, and I don't even think they feel the best right now. And like ADSing, the ADS reticles don't feel the greatest just because of how they merge with the world, because they're emissive. When you start shooting somebody, they kind of just blend in. Like if I shoot him and you freeze frame it, it's kind of hard to see the reticles sometimes, especially when like if the enemy has like a shield boost or something. Yeah, you can't really see the reticle. Whereas with this reticle, it's got nice contrast, so you can still see the red on top of the yellow, and it makes for good readability. So like, I need to change some readability stuff of the weapons, and it's on my checklist. But for now it's not the biggest deal. So it used to, but my biggest, that actually felt way worse. So, and it does kind of move with the gun, just not as much as it used to. Like I could change that right now and show you. Not UI, weapons, ADS reticles, assault rifle reticle. So if I stick this to a plane, oh, let's just change the outer height offset. Just remember this was -1000. If we change this to be like -500 and we change the scale to 2.5 or something, I don't know if that's going to be the right values, but it was -1005, so just remember that. Like you can see, it kind of moves more. Still not visible. Let's do -101. I don't know if it's going to look the same. Yeah, you can kind of see like now when I move, you get this nice like parallax with the reticle. And yeah, it moves around when you shoot more, and I can change how much it moves with it. But the issue is, even though I have it to where the dot stays centered, it just didn't feel good because your brain naturally wants to aim to the center of the circle, not where the dot is. So I could flip them, and I could have the dot move, and the circle stays stays centered on your screen. But like, it didn't feel good. So like, this is what we found feels the best. And I think it's just purely the contrast of the reticle with the world now. So, and there's still room to play with it. Like, I'm sure I do like the parallax of it. I do like seeing the parallax move, but I think I'm gonna instead do some like detail bits around like the outside, more closer towards the edges of the site, and I think that'll give that nice parallax feel. I just think I like right there.
Took the lead.
Like if you're aiming at a really bright part on the player, it's really hard to see the reticle. Whereas if I'm doing it like this, the reticle just stays visible the entire time because it's got nice contrast. I think that's why ADS shooting sometimes feels bad. I need to add more contrast. Because it's in the world, and so it gets kind of muddied up with the post-processing of the world. But there's quite a few things, and I'm sure there might even be something that I'll find later in the future that I don't even know about. So like I'm not gonna pretend like I know how to make a perfectly good feeling FPS, but I definitely have learned quite a bit. All right, well, let's, I don't know. I mean, in theory, I don't know how many of my friends are currently in voice chat, or like well, I see 2 of them are in the voice chat right now. So I know they're on. I don't know if any of them are in the stream chat. They probably have the stream muted and are just counting as viewers, in all honesty, which I appreciate. You're more than just the music guy. You have just as much input as other people do. But I am gonna package this. Cora, I know you're in chat with Savage, and I don't know if Sindred's still here, and Williams Detailing, are you home? This is weird calling you guys by the usernames. This is whack. Are you home, or are you working? Y'all want to run some Onyx on stream before I end it? Oh hell yeah, working on volume 2. Let's go. Yeah, we'll see how the new thruster updates feel. Realistically, it shouldn't feel any different. It's just seeing other people thrusts is going to be a huge change. So, yeah, but what time is it? It is 1 p.m. Dang. I've been streaming for 4 hours. This is insane. 10 viewers. That's crazy. I don't think this thing likes packaging while I'm streaming, but oh well. Oh, it's cooking. Forgot how long cooking packages takes. And it is finished. All right. I am going to be on a be right back screen while I upload this to Steam because I do not need you guys seeing my Steam details. What do you mean, wow? Wow, what? I'm still here. And it's going to take like 5 seconds to upload. All right. Well, for those listening and for those who have access on Steam, the update is live. It's not no trust in random people. If I knew exactly who was watching my stream, yeah, I wouldn't care. I don't know exactly who is watching my stream, so 15 meg update, not bad. We're gonna go with we're gonna go with FFA. I'm a host. Oh, I forgot I changed the audio. That is really loud. I think I've had it at like 50. Yeah, that feels about right. Oof. Thrusting backwards into a slide. Yeah. Yo, Mr. Williams, you should join. Is that jump possible? Ah, there's Mr. Sindrid. Oof.
Hey, wow, you tied.
Wow, imagine. Oh my aim is bad. Okay, that looked sick. Oh, what a nade. Map is so bright. Bruh. Oh, he popped a shield boost. My aim is so bad. Y'all on stream are witnessing my horrible aim. Actually, it's because I'm streaming. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I get red. Yeah, I've played way too much Splitgate. Though, in my opinion, Onyx plays better than Splitgate. I don't have any more nades, dang. See, that is what I don't understand. This dude swings around the corner. And just immediately hits me. How? This Sindrid guy, if y'all ever see him in a match, just quit. Just quit. It's not worth your time playing against him. He is the most sweaty person you will ever play against. Like his nades almost always hit. This dude does like some insane trigonometry in order to make sure his nades always land perfectly at your feet. Dang. I missed the melee. I missed the melee. Oh my, that's unfortunate. Stupid turret. Oh, let's go. Yeah, get wrecked, nerd. My frames are dropping because of all the pickups. What are all these turrets? That's what's probably... Actually, the turrets aren't that unoptimized. Dang it, I should not have tried to throw another nade. That was very unfortunate of me. Why did I try to thrust again? Dang. Dude, the turrets, they saved my butt. Hey! What the heck? Getting double teamed. Dang.
Only got 1 minute left.
Only 1 minute. Why don't I have any nades? Come on, I can tie it. I can tie it. Never mind, I can't.
3 seconds. Let's go.
Dang it. I'm not gonna tie. I'm not gonna tie. Maybe there's a chance. No!
The worst performance I have ever seen.
Oh my. That's crazy. That's crazy. Too easy? Alright. Alright. We're gonna have my action figure and you on a team and Cora and I on a team. The lobby is open. I call blue team. Alright, my action figure, you guys are on pink team. No, get off of our team. Sandra, go to red team. Yeah. Oh my gosh. No, go to red team. That way it's blue versus red. There we go. Alright, now press L, Sindred. Yeah, nice. Can you go ahead and thrust for me? Just like to the side or something? Nice. Alright, let me set the time back to 10. So we have a full 10 minutes. Alright, let's go. I'm getting absolutely naded. Dang it. I really need food. I'm hungry. I'm coming.
Who's the leader?
I'm so bad. Ow, what a nade. Yeah, that was a really good nade. I can't even be mad at that. I swear if your turret kills me... Dang it. Oh. That was sick. That was super sick. Seeing him spawn like that. Guys, if there were assassinations, he would have been dead. I mean, they are dead. I did kill both of them, but they would have been assassinated. Dang. Get red. Dang. Nice. Oh my gosh. Seeing you thrust at me around the... Okay, that sounds bad. Oh, nice nade. I can't even be mad. I'll be mad at Sindrid's because his nades are sweaty. Oh. I have a pixel of health. Dang! These nades are insane today. Dang, the nade don't hit. Melee him. Nice.
Five minutes left.
Dang it. Give me that SMP. I should not have pushed that until my shield recharged. Nice. You know what? I'm gonna go SMG pistol. Oh, dang it. My turret did nothing. Oh, my nade. Dang. My aim! Dang it. I screwed that hard. I could have had at least one of them dead. Oh my gosh. Don't clip that. I'm deleting this VOD. Oh, I need to fix that. ADS and reload. Dang, nice shots. That's so stupid. Oh my.
You've only got 1 minute left.
I'm coming.
Seconds. Let's go.
No, I killed you. Dang it. go. GG's. All right, chat. Well, there you go. That's the current state of the game. I think the thruster changes feel great. Seeing people be able to actually thrust. I'm definitely gonna have to do a pass on the animations and maybe some of the physics. I don't know if I want you. Exactly. I don't know if I want to slow down the initial velocity because, like, from first person, it feels good to get that instant dash to the side, or from third person, it can kind of look jarring to just immediately see somebody dash. So I don't know if I need to do some like special interpolation stuff to make that feel better. But yeah, I think that feels good. So I'll get everyone's feedback. But on that note, chat, I'm probably gonna end the stream there. So thank you all for coming and watching. I might do one later tonight. I doubt it though. I'm gonna spend a decent amount of time getting the pulse blade just kind of fully finished. And then tomorrow's job, I didn't quite get all the thruster stuff done, but again, those we got the main stuff. We got the main code stuff done, which is what I wanted, was the code rework. The particles and the sounds and the screen effects, those are all stuff that's going to take a little bit longer. I'm going to quickly do my pulse blade stuff, and then the shockwaves, I'm not going to stream this. So if I do end up streaming again, it'll be streaming like the thruster screen effects. That's probably what it'll end up being. So and then tomorrow we'll be working on finishing the shield boost pass, which isn't that big of a thing, the full invis pass, and then the deployable turret, which the turret is just like the shockwave, where I'm not going to do that on stream. That's just going to be too much code to try and do streaming and working on that at the same time. That's why I'm not going to stream the shockwave, because the shockwave just it's going to be a massive code change. So and then Saturday will probably be just some of these random things like the projectile movement and doing some of the animation system stuff, building a lot of this into it. So yeah, I don't know, I might not do it in that order. I'll do in whatever order I feel like it, but that's the current plan. So I shall see you guys at some point in the near future, at least within 24 hours. So on that note, I'm gonna end the stream. So thank you all for coming and watching. Thank you for everyone who lurked, getting them viewer counts up, and yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. See you.